Excellent news. God damn it. Yeah, it's a bit fussy about when you move the windowed version of it. I still think it's worth it for having it in DX Wind. Recdex window. Stopped working. I only got 2 more minutes. Good morning, well, good days off. Alright, we're fully perfect. I'm gonna go refill my drink and we can get on with it. Yeah. Lovely. New trains. Hello and welcome to the Railroad Tycoon custom map. Victorian Railways. Victoria Railways. It's a great state, but its transport is in a terrible state. Just us. Let's go have a look. A land of rich resources and great natural beauty, but also of terrifying bushfires, devastating droughts, and the usual plague of self-serving, narrow-minded politicians. Your task: build a rail system that will develop the state. Melbourne is the capital, an economic hub. Your success is measured in number of loads carried between Melbourne and other centres, territories and interstate. Loads are scored by distance, so those travelling long distances are worth more than those nearby. 60 points for gold, 75 for silver, 30 for bronze, 30 years. Your company must be debt-free to win. Check the status page for your annual report to see how you're going. Because the company variables don't seem to cope with fractions, you won't get any points until you pass the threshold for each. For Geelong, the threshold is about 44. For Sydney, it's about 4. Be patient. It's important to develop country Victoria, the part outside the territories. This will be the source of most of your raw material. So let's have a look. What's Sydney got? One port, which makes sugar. And a cattle thing. Something's wrong. Oh, really? Yeah, this is probably going to crash everything. How about now? Test, test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. Last time I did that, it crashed. And why did it change back? I never changed that setting back. Anyway. So Sydney. Cow processing and sugar. As well as one townhouse. In Parramatta. Melbourne, the actual target. Grain, sugar and produce to alcohol. There's a nearby barracks, so we should be able to dump that alcohol at least somewhere. There's another one down here. Geelong, I've been here for a conference. It's at least one city big. Pulpwood, are there any logs nearby? There are some logs, and there's a log processor as well. What about the things that the alcohol thing wants? I've seen more grain be nearby. What about produce? There we go. Produce is easy to get into here. Now, what other locations are, we can work on the high-speed project? Sydney and Melbourne don't deserve high-speed rail. I have a friend who lives in Melbourne. He moved there. He's actually having his first kid come the end of the year. There we go. It can be his rail. We'll go with that one. So let's have a look at the map and see what other locations trigger. So there's Bendigo. Maybe by the time the child grows up, it'll be able to take the train. We've got Ballarat, Geelong, Melbourne, regional Victoria, Orbost. Now that city I do not know. Orbost. I have never been here or heard of this before in my life. Echuca, I've spent many a holidays here. Grandma on Dad's side lived here. So most Christmases and Easters, I'd go visit this. There's beautiful paddle steamers. The classic steamboat paddle steamers here. It's a beautiful place. Go for bushwalks, fishing. Unfortunately, there's not enough passengers to be an actual city, which is a bit of a kick in the teeth. Bendigo's big enough. To my eye, starting Bendigo, Melbourne looks the most reasonable. How lumpy is it? Thankfully not as lumpy as the East Coast mountain ranges. Although this doesn't feel lumpy enough. Wagga Wagga. Ballarat's also big enough. The trouble is Melbourne's only like as big as one of the regional cities as well. It's only got 4 houses. Oh. We should start in Chinaman's Knob? I guess we're allowing the turn Chinaman's, as long as people aren't rude about it. That's about the best we can get there. I really do wish Echuca had 4, but it doesn't. How are we gonna ship stuff out of Melbourne? Maybe it's ship stuff too? No, it's loads between Melbourne and elsewhere. That's a bit tough to do if it's only got one... If it's only got one business. So you know what? We're gonna do ye old roll 3 maps, play 1. We've looked at our first map. Let's roll our second version. Yeah, Melbourne's an okay place to live, Rainy. They've got an obsession with having their suburban streets, no left-hand, no right-hand turns. Other than that, Melbourne's pretty okay. Can't recommend Sydney. Lived there for 2 years. Can't recommend. People are a bit self-absorbed. Yeah, this is better. Now we got 2 things. But even that's only a port. It's not a business. That's better than the last spawn. Echuca's for even worse. This is the same. This is the same. Actually, that would work kind of well. This produces sugar. Which we can deliver to itself and then take out as alcohol. Okay, let's save that as our second map. And last roll before we have to pick one. This one's even worse. Melbourne's got no businesses. Although it has an extra house instead. We're definitely not picking that one. No, I think this first one wins. It's got 6 houses. Okay. So where are we going to take you? We said Bendigo looks fairly reasonable. Is there nearby iron? And that's not the furthest away. What about produce? Unfortunately distant. What about grain? Unfortunately distant. What about sugar? Life is rough here. We are going to need to drag in inner grain to Melbourne to ship back out as alcohol. So sad that you don't have a real... amount of people. That looks good. That's 2 producers and a grain for yoinking down into alcohol land. So we probably come here and then split. I do want to capture the army base, so we'll chuck it there. Oh, that hill is... That hill is not going to be fun. But even following the coast, it doesn't look like it gets rid of it. Like following the river. 6-4, but it does turn the 6s into a bunch of 3s. That's barely a gain, but... So what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But that would be perfectly flat, versus this way's... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 3 of them are worse. Nah. I think we're gonna... Rare is it that I say this, but we are going to accept the path that goes zigzaggy for once. Well, not like that, I'm not. That one's fairly good. So is that. That's not too bad. See, I'm very worried about that 4.5 on the left. That one wins. Now, I surely don't need to buy access to these things. Good. No, we don't. Bet a loan, man. Grab a loan. Unfortunately, if I put it where I want to, it's going to get in the way of getting that logging without a zigzag, but I guess we just have to live with the fact that it has a zigzag. Okay, there's one. And the other one was going to be Bendigo. Let's look at getting the rail over there first. That honestly looks pretty sweet. Okay, there's a couple of 2s, but other than that... So many turns here, but it's necessary. Okay. Whew. What do we start with access to? We start with the Americans. They're like, not quite twice, but nearly twice as fast as the stuff that comes before. They're the clear and obvious choice. I'm going to want at least one that goes to here and one that goes to here. So let's grab those two. Melbourne, Ballarat, yes. Perfect, except that you're going to Bendigo. And you start at the wrong end. Which means that the other one can have all of them. Give you your salon and post office. Give you your saloon and post office. And that's all that we got money for. Now, personal money doesn't matter, so I might as well issue stock like there's no tomorrow. And use that to make one more post office. And one more saloon. Done. And we hope that this isn't so distant that they run out of water on the way there. What I probably end up doing is sticking a little watering station here. I forgot to turn off the dividend because I'm an idiot. We're seeing the effect of... What? That was not for when I planned that. Yo! Not cool. That was a 2. Shenanigans. Yeah, nah. Let's... I don't mind redoing that. If that's the game's gonna lie to us. What the hell happened? So let's do that again. Done. Now Ballarat. And Bendigo. Loan. Stock. Station 1. Station 2. This time we're going to build our little watering one first. American one. 1, 2, 3, 4, male, done. And on the other end, passenger dining, passenger dining, male. Everyone gets a saloon and a post office. And that's all we can afford to start. Have a look at who we've got. Probably should have hired this guy. Oops, oh well. Guess I'll hire him now and feel like an idiot. Okay, so what was last time 4 turns is now 2. That's a significant improvement, and it's lying again! When we planned that, those were not 4s. See, look! 3s! Okay, there we go. Now it's happy with itself. Good. We're even going to have trouble with those, but at least it's not a 4. Naughty game. Send a bug report? God, I wish. Imagine if there was no milk bug. Looks like I maybe overestimated how much they would be using water. On the other hand, it means that I can get away with only building one water thing here instead of one at either end for a while. No point taking the troops. The Melbourne Zephyr. Sure. Double check that's all good. Restaurant. You can have a sanding now. And of course the game punishes me for building my small restaurant by immediately giving me access to the large restaurant. At least small restaurant isn't a big cost. So yes, we spent some money, but these guys will be earning slightly more money for their trip and then we'll replace it. Ding, ding, ding. Large restaurant. Hotel. Large restaurant. Hotel. If we can afford our maintenance bay. Otherwise, I suspect... Yeah, look, that's almost out of sand. He says as it's literally out of sand. Still, at least we made actual money this year. absolutely must yoink the sugar out. And the extra passenger. The other sugar has apparently dissolved while we were waiting. This makes me sad. You seemingly need your own sand as well. I'd rather err on the side of caution. Beautiful. I forgot to replace your little hotel with a big one, because I'm an idiot. But otherwise, we're all good. Then what? What is the next reasonable expansion? We're already using up all of Melbourne's passengers. We could do Melbourne's troops to here. Only one troop a year. And it's a lot of bridges. On the other hand, there's nothing saying it has to be nice bridges. As long as all they were doing is one troop, we could go like that. And just run the troop end to end. There's 2 sheep farms here near Geelong that we should absolutely use. So what? Sheep, Geelong up to here. It's a bit of a circuitous route to get to Melbourne, but it would let us deliver goods to these 2. I feel like I remember attending some sort of sheep-related museum thing here. I'm fairly certain I visited some sort of sheep museum-ish thing there. You apparently need water. Start saving up the sheep. Maybe do the same on this side. You are going to take alcohol back. Okay. That's probably about as good as it's getting. And we're too poor. We don't care about stock, so we'll turn stock into money. Build the little cross connectors. Slow down. I need 100k to build Geelong. So once Melbourne dings, we'll build Geelong and then start delivering the sheep to it. Beautiful. This is going to need everything. Because the wool delivery one isn't going to go anywhere else. Wool to here, wool to here. That is your life forever. We definitely need to double track that little bit. This bit can stay single for the moment. Then I need to double track this, and we should transfer it into being Ballarat, Geelong, Melbourne, Bendigo, because I get more points for Melbourne, Bendigo than I get Melbourne, Ballarat. And Melbourne, Ballarat can be just the sugar. Speed up. We need the next ding. How heavy are goods related to other things at the moment? Not quite twice as heavy. They are. Wool is twice as heavy though. Ding, ding, ding. Alright. Start in Geelong. You, friend, are now only ever sugar. It's a boring life, I know, but c'est la vie. Slightly too poor for that, so we'll do it the cheesy way. Money goes further when you cheese. Alright, so got one express here, one express here, one doing sheep to Geelong, and we need to deliver those sheep out, other than to Ballarat. That 3 is going to be a bit murderous. Do we mind explaining the cheese? No, it's not that hard to do. So if you... I need to have some money. You're going to have to wait till, like, the Bendigo train comes in and I have some money, though. So we'll speed up. Good. And then Bendigo. There we go. Okay, so how does the cheese work? If I drag this... Let me put it on bendy mode. If we drag this here, and then here... And then here... To cover 1, 2, 3 bits of tile, I'm paying for 4 tiles, right? You can see it says costs 4. There's a 6k cash above the first tile, then a 7 above the second, then a 7 above the third, and then a 3 above the fourth. If you change it to this mode, I would only need to use 2 put-down tiles to cover the same space. By chaining together single tiles, you get the tile in the middle for free, and so you save approximately 50% on your double tracking. It's just very tedious to do. Extremely micro-intensive. Every other one gets skipped in terms of cost, but it still produces full double track. Okay, and now we need one that goes here, 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 here. You wait for 2, you take it there, you wait for 2, you take it there. And we want one that does the same thing to Melbourne. But it can go all the time, because Melbourne deserves more love. He says, trying not to giggle. Yeah, and you're not going to carry goods ever again. You only ever carry the passengers. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that to start. Where will we connect up next? We could do the troops thing. Where else counts? Melbourne, Geelong, Ballarat, Bendigo, Echuca counts. Wodonga. Albury, Wodonga. Swan Hill. That's Australian, isn't it? South Australia. Orbost. Can we starve Canberra? And Mildura and SA, as well as Sydney. So there's Bordertown that we had in the other map. And here's Mount Gambier that we had in the other map. Maryborough. Ararat. My mind says what I should focus on is grain and/or produce and/or sugar. So getting up to here makes a lot of sense. And it's not exactly a lot further from where we already were in Bendigo. And no, you can't kill cities by not feeding them. You could blow them up. We could spend money to blow up Canberra. It's 4 houses and a military base. Okay, where did we want the house? House. The city. The station. It's gonna have to zigzag to get there. Actually, could we... That might work. Yes, please. Oh, so close, but it needs a zigzag here as well. I thought we'd be doing that with 1 turn. No such luck. Oh, well. Now, standing water, absolutely. You take 2 grain. I'm willing to bet alcohol is hideously... Yeah, alcohol is hideously heavy at the moment. So just bring 1 out. A second one that does produce. And brings 1 out. And a third one that does produce. But doesn't take it anywhere. Done. I'm sure that there's some Aussies that'll help reduce the alcohol weight. Just maybe. I've only got 1. Okay, you've got 2, but you're just being silly. Okay, so that's going to help our deliveries out of Melbourne. We're going to need to deliver it to Ballarat and Geelong, but I want to wait for them to actually get some deliveries saved up before I buy those trains. To deliver the alcohol, other than the ones returning it to Bendigo. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, done. It looks like that's being pretty perfect. The sugar isn't wasting away in port. A drought hits Victoria. Music's American Midwestern. You want it to start reciting The Man from Snowy River at you? Is that what you want? There was movement at the station, for the word had passed around that the colt from Old Regent had got away. Had joined the wild bush horses and was worth £1,000. And so all the cracks had gathered to the fray. All the tried and noted riders from the stations near and far had mustered at the homestead overnight. For the bushmen love hard riding where the wild bush horses are, and the stock horse snuffs the battle with delight. Just the 3. Yeah. We are keeping up with the wool production pretty much perfectly. I should recite poetry for a living. I'd prefer to be a singer, honestly. Bendigo, Ballarat, we're doing alright. How far along is our grain one? I'm going to say we need 2 copies. Not of you, of the grain thing, thank you. And then 1 more for the produce. And then we're going to want 2 delivering alcohol, 1 to Geelong and 1 to Ballarat. Whoa, friend, how can you have no... Oh, I understand how you can have no water. Fair enough. Sanding water this side as well. And that means that it's not insane to give this a roundhouse. And neither is it insane to get that one for the ones that are travelling back up to the farms out nearby Echuca, like Grandma used to have. Actually, I don't know if their farm was near Echuca. I assume their farm was near here. This is where they settled down after giving up farming. I know they had a farm previous to that. I'm not sure where. I suppose I could ask Dad. You are never to touch goods again. You are a passenger express train. I thought I gave this... I did not give this sanding, so let's fix that as well. We kind of want a second one of these, because else we're not extracting fully from Melbourne. It's crazy to think that these 4 mail cars are just barely the same as a single alcohol car. Now, do we make a bridge to shorten this route? Probably yes. So, let's shorten the Geelong-Melbourne trip. That's going to much speed up the delivery of goods to Melbourne. And it's much going to speed up the delivery of alcohol to Geelong. And we want one that delivers alcohol to Ballarat. And then we're all good. Sit and let the money roll in for a bit. What we used to start up our Barbie. So, the traditional thing you get to start up your Barbie here is called Start Ya Bastard. No joke. It's, barbecue accelerant, and the brand is called Start Ya Bastard. It's about as quintessentially Aussie as you can get. Ding, ding, ding. There's only 2 to take. Then what do we add next? We still would like to use those troops. Have we got any other weird companies? Or brands? That's the one that springs most easily to mind. Dick Insider? Nah. That's the one that comes to mind first. Start Ya Bastard. It's a pity that I can't cover both Dandenong's houses and the troops there. How much are troops worth? Oh, there are no troops. So it wouldn't matter if I connected the troops. I'm not allowed to move them. Fair enough. So it's pointless trying to do what I was thinking about doing there. Well, what else could we do? The troops are there to get drunk. Yeah, they are, to help absorb some of the alcohol. Keep alcohol desire here nice and high. Kerrang. We could move cows to Kerrang to deliver to everywhere. Mount Gambier isn't worth connecting. Ugh, neither is Bordertown. None of these are worth connecting. That's really rough. They should at least have 4 houses. Well, sucks to be me. Where was the other one? This weird thing. Orist. I'd never heard of this before. It's not worth connecting. Sydney is. We got nowhere near enough money to do Sydney. What is the milk bug? Okay, we can explain that. It's fairly easy. You see these numbers in the demand column at the bottom? Demand, mail at 6, lumber at 4, milk at 4, goods at 4, food at 7. That tells you how much the city wants something. How much they want it is a multiplier on how much they will pay you. 4 is the normal amount. So if it wants something at 4, it will pay you that much plus the distance modifier. Because you get paid to hold more distance. If it's above that number, so the 7 here, this city is willing to pay more than the going rate for food. This city is willing to pay a lot more than the going rate for troops. And everything else is at least normal. If we go to, say, over here... No? Okay, if we go, say, to Geelong, that might not actually want as much wool. Yeah, we've suppressed this... We're supplying Geelong here with so much wool that they say, I'm not willing to pay full price for wool. Supply and demand, the market is supplying me with so much wool that I'm not willing to pay much. Now, the way it works is cities want, depending on how big they are, so this has got 1, 2, 3 sets of houses, so it wants lots of things. It wants sugar and coffee and milk and goods, whereas if you go to the cities that are out here that only have 2 sets of houses, it doesn't quite want as much stuff. It goes up like 2, 6, and 8, or whatever, the number of houses, the amount of stuff, like for every pairs of houses, 2, then 6, 2, then 4, then 8 pairs of houses, the stuff that the city demand goes up and up and up. The way it works is this wool demand at the start of next year, so if we watch this, October, when it gets to the start of next year, it will probably go up to 3. If this one hasn't delivered before then. Which it looks like it's definitely going to do. So that 2 is probably going to go to 0. No, actually still 2, surprisingly. But then the year will tick over, and it should probably tick up to 3. Deep in the forests of East Gippsland, nestled the town of Orbost. The folks around there make a living from logging and grazing, but they have a problem getting their goods to market through the miles of rainforest. They're willing to kick in for a connection.
How does 100k and 3 bonus points sound? Like, not enough. And it didn't actually go up. Alcohol 1. Oh, I should have shown it off with alcohol. But, supply... Well, demand resets, not fully, but partially at the end of each year for goods. Except, milk is bugged. Once you supply a city with milk, it never wants milk again. Which means that it's kind of pointless setting up a milk connection. The only way it's useful to set up milk is if there is a milk processing center that turns milk into food. But it looks like we're too early in the timeline for there to be any. And it's only the cities at the moment. We're all good. Asks how many I want? No, it's a multiplier thing. So it isn't like I want 6 passengers at the moment. It's I'm willing to pay at a multiplying rate of 6. Now, what are we going to expand into? We were thinking about Keyrang. And that would actually work fairly well. The grain can come to these cows. The cows can come back to Keyrang. And then all the way down. Unfortunately, that zigzag hurts a little bit to everywhere else for food. Okay, and then here. And then can we get both of these in one? Beautiful. It looks like we can even make it perfectly in line with the grain. Aussie milk. It's everywhere's milk. Everyone in this game is lactose intolerant, Rainy. All the citizens in this game are lactose intolerant. Let's issue some more bonds, pay off the bad one, issue some stock, turn that into double track. Sanding water, yes. We need one here. And we need the one here. Now we would want it to turn into food as soon as possible because the cows are much heavier than food. That's as good as it gets. And now we're going to segregate this? Probably yes. So, one of you that does nothing but take 2 of these, deliver it here. That is your entire life. Another one of you that does nothing but take cows to there. Probably 2, but we'll see. We probably need 2 doing those cow deliveries. We'll see after the first grain one. Or we could have it fetch grain on the way back. Yeah, you know what, we'll have it fetch grain on the way back. We're going to need to move 10 cows a year and 2 grain, which is that, and... Oh. You know what? Let's delete it and say it's that. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please wait. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. Head here. You must wait for that. Just like this guy must wait for that one. Yeah, see you, Rainy. Okay, this starts getting turned into an infinite amount of food cow. Melbourne is busy enough that we would like telegraph poles, a maintenance house, and water. One more, please. Lovely, thank you. Greensboro offers a bonus. Do I care? Not sure I care. I mean, technically that's easy to do. Maybe one day. Now we want to earn some more money. The Iron Duke starts to exist. Does the red lines mean it's not full and green means it's good? Here, the color is associated with how much of their maximum speed they have. So this one's only traveling at 9 miles an hour, as you can see on the little speedometer here, and so it's red colored. How far the bar along is how close to its, like how far along its route it is. This is currently going from Melbourne to Echuca. It's at about the midpoint, so the bar is about midway along. If we go and look at this guy, who's going from here to Keyrang, he's closer to Keyrang than this, so his bar is mostly done. If we go look at this guy, who's only just left Keyrang, his bar's only a little bit done because he's much further away from Keyrang than he has left Maryborough. So it's color equals speed, amount of bar equals how close to where it's trying to get to. This place is also probably busy enough to deserve telegraph poles. You are right about the green being good, though. Green equals speed equals good. High speed. Right, so this thing is rocketing down the hill at maximum speed. Its highest speed is nominally, with three cars, it's only supposed to be going about 32, 36. It's going 37, so it shows nice and green. Time to start delivering that food. Now, do we use the Iron Dukes? They are so much faster. They're like 50% faster, but they're twice as expensive. I'm going to live without the Iron Dukes for a while. Water there. Water there. Water there. And then we'll have one that only deals with delivering stuff to Melbourne. So the outer cities can get equal treatment to each other, but then Melbourne gets biased treatment. If there's 5, grab all 5. Pay off that loan. Maybe have a look if half-price Fuel Man is available. Alas, no. Where did we download the map? Boom! Oh. Shit! There we go. There are a couple of community websites. The most convenient thing I've found is that has aggregated them all into essentially a single zip file. All the maps we've been playing this last week have been ones aggregated from those various sources. Investors are excited. We've currently got 2 points. Keyrang is about to ding again. Just the one on Bendigo end. There we go. And now we need our Melbourne one. So here to Melbourne. Grab 4. Go. Gonna wait for this guy. Yes, good, excellent. Now there are some logs nearby. The ability to turn those logs into lumber and the ability to turn the pulp into paper. One day I might want those other things. I'll pay that little bit extra. Beautiful. It's a bit unfortunate that it has to make the turn like that, but what are you going to do? It shouldn't have problems going here, back with sanding and water. So we go 3 logs, turn into lumber, take to Melbourne. 3 logs, turn into lumber, take to Geelong. 3 logs, turn into lumber, take to Bendigo. 3 logs, turn into lumber, take to Ballarat. And that is your life. Okay, and then we want pulpwood to paper. If Melbourne is capable of eating paper. It is not. Melbourne is too small. Nowhere wants to eat paper. Rip. Well, at least we got the logs out of this. Now, the port is probably making reasonable money. So is this alcohol place, no doubt. So is this sheep factory. And so are these 2 sheep farms, if I had to guess. You do not need more goods. You actually could use more goods. But you're about to have more goods delivered. So no, that's fine. And Melbourne's probably saturated. Yeah, Melbourne is saturated. It needs more food, admittedly. Speed up 1. Apparently, you need 2. You know what? You can have 2 as well. If that's causing issues. Then we'll buy these 2 sheep farms. Geelong is oversupplied with alcohol, but such is the cost of making Melbourne a alcohol mecca. I'm a little bit concerned that you're going to run out of sand like that, so fine. You can have more sand. You can't have more sand. Money went away. You're just going to have to make it up the hill. Do do do. We need that extra mail. Still looks good. And the mail. Now, if this is getting this busy, it might actually be worth having two stations. One to service this, and a second one to service the outer areas. I'll watch a little bit more. It doesn't look too bad yet. Get our second food delivery one. And maybe a third. No, because this one's about to depart for its second food delivery, and it's not ready yet. So 2 and 1 looks fine. We're going to buy sheep farm, alcohol thing. Good. Looks like you'll just be good for logs by the time we get back. We could at least transport this across for the sake of earning the paper. Not that we're going to take the paper anywhere. How heavy is it? Not that heavy yet. Eventually pulpwood becomes one of the heaviest things. Good enough. Alright. I am kind of tempted to save up and just connect straight to Sydney as our next thing. The question is, what would I replace the Bendigo connection with? I need a city with 4 houses. Could maybe stretch out something. No, it's slightly too long. Where else? This. Mildura. Bendigo can instead become Bendigo to Mildura. If there's no passengers to take, please just take a set of alcohol. Economy crashes isn't great. Nah, I think it'll be fine with it, lumber. Awkward, especially when there's 100 million things behind you waiting for you. And you'd literally just been through a maintenance bay. The first Melbourne food delivery. $500,000. Gotta feed the troops. Cotton growers in New South Wales are anxious to develop their markets. If you can haul 10 loads of cotton, you will earn 5 bonus points. Bit of a waste of water, all the cotton they grow out here, truthfully. Let's get an estimate on how much it will be to connect across to Sydney. Just a ballpark figure. 2 million. 3 million. Probably like 6 million. Definitely the cow processing plant as well. How much do you want lumber? Please say you still want lumber a reasonable amount. You do. So you know what? We're going to shortcut this a bit. Have it to deliver the closest one. And then start its loop again. Just so that we get ahead of the log production. Yeah, it all looks good so far. Speed up. We want to get up to that, what was it, about $6 million? And there's no reason not to be issuing stock at all the time. I should have bought up what I could first so that I inflated the stock price and got more money for it. I'm not used to seeing pulpwood accelerate like that. Normally pulpwood is horribly slow. Okay, you can change to doing these 3 like your brother. And we just have one dedicated one doing Melbourne now that Melbourne's been oversupplied. Melbourne's demand for food is down to 2. These ones still have 4. I'd rather have 2 running the Bendigo, Ballarat, Geelong triplet, rather than 2 running the Melbourne singlet. And good, we're ahead of the curve on the logs now. Let's check out track building, man. Bridges 40% cheaper is no... You know what, I think we buy you. We maybe loan up and connect over to Sydney. Once the economy recovers such that we aren't being given 11% loans. Now, the cities actually still want produce. It's not hard to add in that produce. So, produce Ballarat. Produce Geelong. And then produce Bendigo isn't worth it because it's travelling down right to go back, like, it's travelling probably 3 or 4 times the length of the direct path between the two, so I don't think that's worth. But the other two will be worth. That also means that this section of track now needs doubling, else the produce and logging trains can run into each other. It looks like we're getting a little bit behind on our extracting of grain from there. Yeah, he's not that far behind. He'll be okay. Speed up. Victoria hit by Pilozera, a deadly vine disease that slashes production. Can't say I remember having heard of that before if I have. Sounds like an MTG card. Pitosis. Phthisis. Pyrexia. Just grab 2 alcohol. When it mutates into TikTok disease. 11. Good enough. Maybe in the future. Grab 2 more. Four points. And what was the goal? 30 for bronze. We had 30 years. What was our start year? We've already used a third of our time and earned nowhere near a third of the points. I think even though the economy's in the shitter, I might have to accept these stupidly bad loans. I'll give it one more year. There we go. Economic recovery. Yes, we'll buy you. There's just not that much freight that we can haul, Dark, because this doesn't have 2 manufactories. There's not that many manufactories. If there was 2 manufactories here, we spawned 3 goes and there was only ever 1. 1 in the port at best. Okay, loan time. You don't get pay... The demand goes to 0, so they pay you basically nothing. They don't pay you literally nothing, but they pay you next to nothing. So... I was going to connect something to replace Bendigo. But I think we just jumped straight to Sydney. Yeah, that's probably about the best. I don't think it cares about deliveries to Melbourne, Dark Player. The way this is worded is it sounds like it's only deliveries out of Melbourne. Maybe I'm misunderstanding? But the way this is worded... The number of loads carried between Melbourne and other places. Not between other places and Melbourne. That is beautiful that gets to be one straight. Wagga Wagga can replace Bendigo. So now it's going to be Wagga Wagga Bendigo. It's a bit awkward. I guess that's okay. Not that I ever expect to actually use that, but it's there in case we need it. Now it's you, then we should probably put one here. And even then, what would I haul? Like, I'm already delivering food and goods here, and lumber, and produce. There's no troops. I am delivering alcohol. Maybe we could make Ichuka food? To deliver down as well? We could change the cows to being processed in Swan Hill. Maybe that's better than Kerrang, which isn't on the list. Yeah, I'll accept that criticism. So we're changing the way you work, friend. You deliver to Swan Hill. So do you. We sell this one. Probably in a year or so, we buy that one, and we change the food pickups. They now pick up from... Oh, sweet Jesus, this is going to be tedious. You're headed to Geelong. Swan Hill, Bendigo, Swan Hill, Ballarat, Swan Hill, Geelong. You are headed to Geelong. Swan Hill, Bendigo, Swan Hill, Ballarat, Swan Hill, Geelong. There. So at the end of this year we sell that, and we cry about having lost profit. We continue our way across to Sydney after building one more maintenance thing. So we've got one here. We probably need one about there then. Then we probably need one approximately here. I'd rather have too many than too few. That looks fantastic. Only one turn. That looks like about the best. Unless we want to come down this... No, that looks even better. They're all zeros. And now how do we get her around this thing? I'm not at all happy with that 6. I will blow up that. Sorry, you're in the way. I'm half tempted to just continue in a straight line. Yep, Mossvale, you die. Sorry. Oof, those 4s are not acceptable. Can we not escape the 4s somehow? No. No, we cannot. That looks relatively tolerable. And then... yeah, something like that can probably... try over by the lake. You want to cross over here? No, that looks horrible. Nah. I'd rather live with an extra turn or two. Okay. That's about perfect. Done. You need everything. We're gonna need some sanding and water, no doubt. I think 2 more. Yeah, that's about right. Alright. Next step. Bendigo Express. Now connects to Sydney instead. Whole 240 loads between Sydney and Melbourne. You're currently heading to Bendigo, so do Wagga Wagga after that instead. I wouldn't mind one that starts at Wagga End. And you know what? We will shell out for the Melbourne to Sydney expresses to be Iron Dukes. One from either end. One from either end. You are high priority. No, 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 come on. I need the... You're fine. So are you. This one. Instead, I want you to haul alcohol end to end. And sugar back. Same for you. No, not you. Come on, there should have been one more. Oh, maybe I missed it. Let's go. Now, how can we get alcohol to be produced by you? There is no reasonable nearby grain. There is some somewhat acceptably nearby produce. Two of them. When we got the cash. Good. And then we're gonna need like 3 or 4 Americans just hauling single alcohols across. We've learnt about refrigerators. The blue train looks like it's slowing the one after it. Shouldn't be. They should be the same weight. 70 and 75. Near enough the same weight. They won't slow each other down to any meaningful extent. And the lighter one's in the front there. The lighter one isn't in the front here. So this one will be ever so slightly slowing down this one. We should change back to Fuel Man now that we've built our tracks. But he's not available. Sucks to be us. has been robbed by the AFL. The Australian Football League has robbed our train. I wonder how they did that. Please wait for at least half. Same on your end. Yeah, emus. Emus are pretty nasty, and cassowaries are even worse. Cassowaries only know two feelings: anger and revenge. It might be the Australian Freedom League. Okay, it's probably time to send the next squad of these. Not quite. Also not quite. Come on, but these are halfway. I want to send 2 sets at a time. An anti-conscription organization. A bit early for World War One. Looks like we could definitely have a third one of these. Give you a refrigerator. Okay, and there was going to be a bunch of these delivering alcohol end to end. Hopefully these are fast enough they don't slow down those boys. But one of these with 50 is better than... It's actually probably not better than one of these with 75, honestly. So just as well we leave them as non-expresses. Whig Rail hauls 50 loads from country to capital. Goodwill rises, which won't do anything because there's no states to buy access in. So I feel rather confused. Passenger revenue up sounds fine. You did not break down. You're brand new! You win by collecting points on this map, yes. We quite liked the point system for the America map. That was really interesting. And the point system on the SA map that we played, as long as they don't make it too hard to understand how you earn their points, I'm okay with the point system thing. We've read one where it was like, do this, but not this, but this, but not this, and it was just, no, whoosh, sorry, you've made it too ridiculously complicated. And I quite liked the way that on the American one you could technically win without doing, like, what the mission is supposed to be about. In theory, that mission is supposed to be about connecting East and West, but if you just earned enough money in the East, or in the West all by itself, you could still win. This number needs to go up, which it's going to start doing now. The first Melbourne one comes in. Melbourne to Sydney. Ding. The Melbourne Rocket. More money than you can poke a stick at. Take that. That's all you can really take. Ooh. Take 2 alcohol instead. Quit exploding! You're well maintained. So where else could we earn points for? It was this place. Is there any food nearby that we can actually give you? No. Something about... Yeah, there was... If we use cotton in over here, we would get 10 bonus points. So we could take the cotton down to... That is true. How heavy is cotton at the moment? Ludicrously heavy, and we've got the money. Let's just pay for the Iron Dukes. And you can turn it into goods that you deliver back to Wagga. Same with you. Beautiful. We maybe create a duplicate of them because it's going to take more than a year for them to do a loop. Done. This might end up... Well, no, it can do passenger, passenger, passenger. Sugar. Beautiful. And the first Wagga Bendigo comes in. Woo, 26. Also, where are you that you've run out of... How? Okay, this just needs sanding water. Done. No, you can have all passengers. Looks good. And we've got the money, we might as well connect out to this. It was going to give us 2 points. So, shitty bridges. Technically connect. There we go. How do you know when to add another station? So if you look here and you see millions of trains waiting and running over the top of each other, like, if you had lots and lots of them waiting to get over the top of each other like we do a little bit here at the moment, see how this guy's waiting because these ones are running over the top of each other? If there's too much of that happening, then it can be worth it to create a second one and have ones coming from one direction go into one and ones coming from the other direction go into the other to split the load between the two stations. Now, sometimes it won't work because you won't quite capture the same things. If two stations both touch the same industry, like at the moment if I built this here, both of these stations would be able to access the distillery, but only the big station could access the sugar. Because the little station's zone of control, the yellow box, doesn't extend over to the port. So if you do build two, in this case I can't get two to be 100% the same. I'd either have to give up on the barracks or the port. I can't squeeze in... Oh no, there we go. I could squeeze in both if I put it there. I'd be losing out on that one house up there. Usually the way it works is once the slower trains, the slow old trains, really care about multiple stations more than the newer trains. Because the newer, faster ones can get out of each other's way. They accelerate fairly quickly. But slow accelerating trains really hate the stopping for each other. Because it takes them forever to get moving again. Do we need a third one of these? Yes. Yes, we do. So, you. And you. I doubt they're ever going to run over to each other here. Seems very unlikely. Really? Oh, this one doesn't quite last all the way to down here. I mean, it doesn't matter because it's downhill. As long as this has a sanding, which it does, we're all good. Did I sell that city? Sorry? I don't understand the question, CK Hawk. You can't really sell individual stations. You can blow them up, and you can sell your whole business by starting another one and buying out, kind of. Oh, did we move the cattle production? We did. We moved the cattle production to inside Swan Hill because you get points for delivering from Swan Hill and you don't get as many points from delivering from rural New South Wales, rural Victoria. If we look at the end of year thingy. Where's Sydney, Swan Hill? 4. Where's the other one of those? Because I'm kind of okay with over-delivering food a bit to Melbourne. I was thinking about building 2 here. Oh, not the city. This. Yes. I was going to sell this because we're no longer delivering at cows. It takes time for it to lose its profitability. Once it hits down to about 0, I will sell this. In fact, it might lose the last of its profitability this year. And this one will be making mad money, so we'll buy that one. Good enough, you can wait for those. It's not going to take long. I said you can wait in the future. Grumble, grumble. Wait. Speed up. Beautiful. Perfect, you're already all stocked up on people. So is Melbourne, it's already departed. Make it a bit smaller so it's a bit quicker. Ballarat ringed by fire. Massive property destruction. Really? No, if anything, I think we've got one more. Wait, it blew up my... It blew up my station! That's a little rude. Oh, God, and I have to replan... You go to Ballarat. You go to Ballarat. You need to go to Ballarat. This needs a Swan Hill, Ballarat. So does this. Yeah, please don't delete people's stations like that. If you really want to, send an event that says lose money rather than destroying it. Because it's been just a massive micro pain to have to come and do this. It's not meaningfully increasing the difficulty, it's just a micro pain. Like, it's decent flavor. If there's actually a fire here in that year, that there's a matching event. See, like here at the moment is where I could justify 2 stations. We've got 1, 2, 3 trains waiting for the other trains to get out of the way. Like, I could conceivably instead have this come straight down and deliver to a station that touches this, so that all of these guys don't get in the way of this. And they would also accelerate out faster. Let's go have a look at this. No, it's still making money. It's got another 2 years of profitability in it. Profitability in it, from the looks of it. We get our cotton bonus. Sydney's going well. We've almost used up 10 years. 10 years? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, 15 years. But we're at 28 out of... So we're about to get bronze. Yeah, I think we just speed 5 from here. Max speed, go. Try again, because you're having trouble with mail. So, bronze. Wait, you're supposed to be a... This if you're Melbourne, Sydney. Replace you. Set that you're as important. Go, 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 go. Well, you know how the government are. Since Whig Rail is doing well, the Treasury has taken some money. It's only $500,000. They know you won't miss it. The Treasurer says, thanks, mate. You're welcome. Really do wish they'd quit exploding. Looks like we'll hit silver, but I don't know about gold. I think we've done all the things that it described to us as bonus things. We did this little place. We did the cotton. There's silver. $50. No. I can't reasonably get food there and then back to here. This is already super busy. Either we get it with what we've got, or we don't get it. I don't particularly want to micro that little bit extra for that. $55. The robbery doesn't help. $61. Done. Hello? That should be it. I've won. I have 60 points. Give me my victory condition. Am I debt-free? Yes? No. Okay. Fair enough. Now I am. Yeah! You win the highest honor of Victorian Railways. A brand new train will be named after me. Woo! A train named after little old me. Alright. Nice map. Full of place names that I've been to and visited. Easy enough to understand victory condition with its point system. Well done, mapmaker. I hope you feel proud. That, however, means that Victorian railways are no longer on the list of maps that I haven't done. One more? Maybe one more. Yeah, it should have been really explicit about whether it was both directions to and from Melbourne. We've got Ottoman, Canada Bound, Chesapeake Challenge, Colorado, and Grays Harbor. I don't remember what Grays Harbor looks like. Where's Grays Harbor? Maybe I didn't copy it over? Give me a sec. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Location it needs to be in is / good old games / Railroad Tycoon / maps. Okay, and then we close this and reopen it, and maybe it will find it. Yes. Hello and welcome to Plays Another Custom Map here in Railroad Tycoon. Grays Harbor. Grays Harbor is a small port on the coast of Washington, USA. Easy map for bronze. Simple 10-year goal. Survive and make a profit for the Gray Harbor Lumber Company. Looks like a small map. We've got 2 AI enemies. Survive in 10 years with no debt and earn a profit. 10 million company book value for bronze, 20 million for silver, and 35 by gold. And you could do this using 90% single track. What? And do this using 90% single track. Revenue is 40% higher for milk and alcohol, and all cargo supplied via port. For a yearly fee of 100k, the lumber company has also hired the firm from Gerwig, Melville, and Simmons. The firm guarantees a cost reduction in electric locomotives and building of track and bridges. It is not a big map. The Aberdeen Paper Company that doesn't have a paper mill? I mean, the most sensible thing looks to be for me to connect here to Cosmonopolis. Although here, across to here also looks tasty. Why are our stations so cheap? Why are they only costing like 100 and something. These prices are very weird. The other end does have lumber mills. But I don't think I want to give up the housing more than I care about getting that one bit of lumber. Why do we have this 100 years early? Well, 60 years early. That's absurd. No, I only want one turn. I am only wanting one turn, game. If I have to blow up a house to get it, then that house will be blown up. Single track? Never. No, I'm a bit disinclined to play this on the ridiculousness of getting this stupidly good electric train 60 years ahead of time. Remember, this is a small company, and we cannot afford much double track. If you build more than 9%, we may deduct dollars from your paycheck. None. No cargo to Melbourne. Instead, we have seemingly access to things we really shouldn't yet. Well, the auditor said you are still spending too much money on double track. This is your last warning. The accountant will start deducting money from your cash account if the problem is not corrected. Sure, let's see what happens. Each month, you will lose 100k unless you have less than 10% double track. So what I'm hearing is I need to make more than 100k a month. Nah. Sorry. No, you're meant to just do single track, Dark Player, but I don't like getting this 40 years, 60 years ahead of time. Look at it, it's like twice as good as the trains we're supposed to have, and barely costs a cent extra. Below average acceleration goes up to fast. Very good reliability instead of good. It's twice as fast on flats and more than 10 times as fast on grades. I'm sorry, but no. Not actually a choo-choo level. Gives you stupidly early electric trains. Okay. So we'll put that on the do not do list, or consider them done list. And we'll have a look at Colorado, maybe? So there's this one. There's Canada bound. And there's Chesapeake Challenge. Why wouldn't you have a German World War II locomotive in pre-1900 Washington? There's also one other that I'm interested in, although it probably takes a really long time to do this map, this Africa map. So it should be when I've got more time. Yeah, let's have a look at this. Canada bound. For gold, earn 15 points. For silver, do 13. For bronze, do 11. Connecting territories to Montreal or Toronto. There are 4 mainland colonies, 2 ferries to island colonies, and Rupert Land and the USA. Satisfying requests made of territories, responding to a request from the Governor-General. Check the briefing occasionally to keep track of score and the status of your tasks. That sounds a little fiddly. Oh. And it crashed. Well, Canada bound is crash bound instead. Crashes, question mark? So maybe we have a look at the Africa one. Although I think that's going to take a fair few hours. I'm going to have to not be tempted to, well, I probably just stay up later playing this than I thought I would. Is the truth of the matter. No, bugged out. Let's load again. This isn't the game's fault, it's my fault for forcing it into a little window. But I like having it in a window for the sake of streaming rather than being full screen. Otherwise I have to tab in and out to see chat and stuff, and it's just a... Same thing again. Come on. It's not that hard to live with me moving your window game. If third time's not the charm, we might call that for the day. Because I have not had dinner, and it definitely is dinner time. Oh, you threaten the game with not... Okay. Africa. Hello and welcome to the Plays another custom map from the net here in Railroad Tycoon 2. Africa 2000. Bring rail to the Black Continent. There are no enemies. In the next 150 years, you must earn $1,000 million book value. And the same as private capital to be gold. 900 million for silver, 800 million for bronze. Why not SA Rail? Heart of Darkness? Sure, why not? We have access in Egypt. And South Africa. And some of these other accesses are really, really expensive. Some of them are nice and cheap, 100k, but some of them are like $2 million, $2 million, $2 million, $2 million. We've got Cape Town, Johannesburg, Maputo, no real production chains. A little bit of iron into goods. Can I reach these across the border? I can reach the houses, but not the port. We can do our classic roll 3, pick 1. Ports do grain, not passengers or mail. Cairo is pretty sizable. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. The next nearest city is here. Khartoum, and it's only 2 sets of houses. So although Cairo looks slightly nicer to me than Johannesburg, in terms of the ability to process grain into food, the ability to process these into goods. I think I prefer starting down here. Just because I'd have 2 sets of cities to interact with my first city. Also, how much is Sudan rights? No, Sudan is cheap. So we could connect over to here. Next question, how far apart are they? Okay, so this is probably further apart, and so better for distance pricing. Then this. Where is the next city that we would connect to? Uganda? How much is Uganda? Oof! $3 million. What about Nairobi? You're not terrible. Kenya, how much do you cost? A much more reasonable $200,000. So we could do Cairo down to Khartoum and Nairobi. There's this to turn into goods to take to the other end. There's enough cotton and wool on both of those to turn into goods at the same side and haul them to the other end. This can turn grain into food. Is there cow to be processed by the cow processor here? Somewhat nearby. It's not ultra close, but it's close enough. And there is grain to use here to effectively do food on this end. No, I think we start at Cairo rather than Johannesburg. Oh, Lord. I can't get both those ports. Not on this side of the river. Well, then I think I have to build on this side of the river. Do I want those 2 extra houses down there enough to add in a zigzag? Probably yes. Who do we got available for this? I don't build track building man yet. Oh, sorry. Track building more expensive man. Does that work? Yeah, that seems fine. Oops, I shouldn't have built that while I was... I'm not meant to build the stations till last to take advantage of station is cheap, man. Whoops. I need to buy access into Sudan. Yes, please. Can I put this here instead? So that I only need 1 zigzag? Indeed I can. Bit of a waste here. Sucks to be me. We only know about crappy wooden bridges at the moment. Let's buy Kenya. That's a bit awkward. But we do need to cross this river. We're going to get over to Nairobi. I guess there. Yeah, I think that looks good enough. Nairobi, done. Now we can swap into Station Man. Sanding water. And possibly another one, just so that we can turn everything into food. Or do we use you to pump up these sheep? Yep, actually you're becoming a large one. This can connect straight over and deliver the sheep to here without crossing the bridge. It also will make delivering all of these to here much more pleasant. That gets everything. Perfect. Starting to get towards the low end on money. That's about halfway between them. Sanding water. Okay, and then the rest on trains. So, Alexandria to... Which one? I think we do Alexandria to the outside one. Cairo to Karakoram. You're gonna want one for grains. You're gonna want some grains on this end. You're gonna want one for wool. Make sure to turn our share dividend off. Don't be stupid about that for once. Looks about right. Let's go. That is ugly. But the rest is pretty okay. Second Alexandria, Nairobi. Once we fix the... This is like $3 million to buy. But yes, conceivably we could drag that out a little. Connect that there. And then across here. And only the wool would need to stay on the wrong side of the border. How heavy is wool? 35 tons. And how quick are you with 35 tons? If we give it more than 2 carriages, we are insane. Yeah, 2 carriages is the limit for us at the moment, for those. The grain has started to exist. Grain here, deliver to Khartoum. Wool to there. That is your life. You aren't going to like it, but that is your life. We would like a roundhouse here, but we're too poor for the moment. Another one of these. From Nairobi End. And then grain here back. Actually, I'm going to buy it now because I'm worried our money's going to deplete while we wait. So wait for 2 grain. Turn it into food there. I kind of want you to grab 2 grain there and take it up to the sheep. Where I want you to empty out and then come back. There we go, and I was correct. If I hadn't spent that money on that train now, I would be out of ability to buy more train. Speed up. Now, the public is not going to be very happy with our profitability this year. It is going to take a while until our first trains reach the other end. Even 2 seems a bit ambitious with turns. I suppose this track is doubled, so 2 is okay. Yeah, we'll do 2 2s, I think. And then 1 delivering goods down to you. 1 delivering goods to Alexandria. And 1 delivering goods to Cairo. Abusing teleporting the goods across the river via having 2 stations. Speed up. The public is very unhappy with our money. I swear we'll be profitable. Just give me another year. You, friend, need to know that you are low priority and that everyone else should run over the top of you. Because you are carrying loads far above everyone else. 70 tons, whereas everyone else is like 30 or 40. The bridge is a bit murderous. So is this bridge. You are definitely going to ram up the backside of that guy, but it doesn't look like these 2 will collide. If there's no passengers, take a goods back to Cairo. Where did the other goods go? We finally made money. Please turn around. I'd rather you actually take a full load. That's on me for not microing quickly enough. Woo. Okay. You are not sufficient to your task separately, so we have one that grabs 2 of these and takes it to the wool. We have 2 of the wool guy because he is not sufficient by himself. And then we are going to have 2 of the food to here to back. There. You need to know that you are low priority. Is that... Yes! It does touch this. It's that we left it too long. It was too long since the last delivery, and the goods expired. We are definitely ready for more grain into food on this end, so we'll go grain, food, back. But first do grain, food here. Two of those. And then one that just does that. Which means that it's worth double tracking this. And we should look if there's fuel man or train is faster man or pretty much anything other than station is cheaper man, because we're not exactly building lots of stations. I should personally buy up stock while they are cheap. I'm not willing to do more than that at the moment. All right. Good, there's enough passengers that the first one is kept busy and the second one can do goods. Hell, we could maybe even have a third one of these from the looks of it. They are that slow. Speed up. You're about to ding. I want you to take 4 passengers back. And then you, friend, are zooming past. My mistake. Happy, net worth skyrockets. I bought them at about $30 a share. They've gone up to $80 within a year. Now, we're setting up to do goods away from here, but what about goods in here? So I want to deliver these things up to this. Which means we have to cross the river. Can we get one station alone to be enough? Yes. Goodbye, stupid connecting bits that I don't actually want. Done. We are definitely going to need more than one. This is definitely going to want to be double-tracked. So we'll have 2, 2, and 2. Cotton. Cotton. Wool. Go, all of you. You need a customs house. Does warehouse improve goods pickup? Yes, so we're going to build a goods warehouse so that these decay slower. Same on your side. I don't know how it works when there's more than one affecting the industry. Honestly, it's never something I've needed to check. Why exclude the factory at the new station? Sorry? Exclude? What do you mean? The new station here grabs this. Do you mean this? Why not build it further down? There's no reason to build it further down at the moment. The trains are already kind of slow enough. I suppose I should have probably built it as far this way as possible. But I didn't like this hill. I'd rather let them get up a bit of speed than starting on the hill. You're fine. You are fine. This has now everything we could want. And so does this. Good. Nairobi needs a new Nairobi to Alexandria, so does Alexandria. You are ready to send more back to Cairo. And Cairo is ready to send more to you. Including 2 loads of passengers. And on your side, 1 load of goods. Perfect. And you know what? This kind of means that you probably... Oh, we don't even know about telegraph poles yet. Fair enough. I can't see us ever actually using this, but... Especially not with that 4. That's better. Poor little guys. 11. Where's the third one? Is that you? Okay, what about this one? I said, what about this guy? Cool, they've all got the correct indication of low priority. Speed up. Our first explosion. Empty train. Sure, start again. Hopefully that finishes burning down by the time he crosses the river. Now, I also wouldn't mind a good or two delivery to Nairobi. Not hundreds of them, mind you, but one or two. Like that. So now Nairobi is getting goods, Cairo is getting goods. And once this is done, we will have Cairo's goods go to Khartoum. Check if there's a better guy. You almost look like Fuel Man. Still no Fuel Man. How much do we make from passenger revenue? Is that worth more to me than cheaper stations at the moment? Probably yes. And overhead is basically nothing, so we don't care about that. And safety is nice. Trains not exploding as much is nice. Looks like it's time to send another Nairobi, Alexandria, Alexandria, Nairobi. Is it okay to have trains running empty? Yes! Perfectly fine. We have lots of our routes at the moment where they go deliver stuff one end and come back empty. So they grain from the port, take it up to Cairo, bake it, take it to Karakoram, feed the people of Karakoram, come back empty. Not at all, CK Hawk. Happy to help, as best I can. Empty is better than... Say I tried to pick up passengers and mail from here that don't exist and drag them to the other end. That is better than, for example, like this could have... how we do it? Like this one. This is bad. This one that currently is here... and says I have a goods car, but the goods car down here is grey, which means there was no goods car to pick up. This train is going slower because it's carrying a 10-ton empty carriage, as opposed to its full speed with 0 carriages. So empty, non-existent carriages are actively bad. The only way they're nice is if you set up an end-to-end express, or, well, they're not the only way. The way that they're most typically nice is if you set up an end-to-end express with, like, passenger mail in that ratio, and you can't be asked microing back and forth when there's 1 extra passenger or 1 less mail. So you just go passenger mail, and accept the fact that some of them are going to be running empty sometimes for the sake of not having to micro. Looks like we still need another one of those. And then Cairo to Karakoram. Two of them. Beautiful. We definitely need stone bridges to exist soon so that we can replace this. This is going to become an unpleasant choke point really soon. I should probably just buy this and have a second one of these. Who cares that we're going to oversaturate Alexandria with food if I get bakery money and I get port money? No. I should have made you bigger. Head back to Alexandria, and we'll make you 3 carriages big. Ding, ding, ding. Come on, I want this to ding. Oh my, this is on me. These should all be, you know what? Wait. None of you are to load and stop without my permission. Do it the way I tell you, and I will come micro you to have other loads if I want that. This should be purchased. Perhaps so should these. In fact, it looks like we need a second one of all of them. Leave it be for the moment. These should be viable. And yet, somehow not. Weird. You're worth buying. Which so should you be. Which means we want 2 of you. Oof. Maybe from the smaller station? It's probably that we're making goods and not delivering them, and we aren't actually delivering all that much to them because everyone's getting stuck because they're low priority. It'll get better fairly soon when we access the new trains. The new trains aren't that far away, and they increase in speed by like 50%. New trains and stone bridges will go a long way. It definitely looks like we want a second one of all of these. Eight. No, you can sit and wait. I'm okay with you sitting and waiting. Yeah, we'll build one more. But we'll make it a 50-50 to try and... It should really be like 1-1-2, but whatever. Then it will be slower than all its friends, and that will cause problems. We need the stone bridges. And you need everything. You should be earning saloon and hotel money. The fact that I wasn't earning that is stupid of me. Exclamation mark idiot. I deserve it. Holy shit, we're not even using that grain. We've got 2 that do nothing but grain, food, grain, food, grain, food. And still we're not using up all this grain. Trade that for a passenger and then get going. You'll recover from your breakdown soon enough. I'm kind of inclined to start buying back all the stock. We do need personal net worth as part of this mission. Johannesburg offers $500,000 if you connect to it. We have so much stock we need to buy back. Super inflate the price, but get us to 1/3 of the... Here we go, Stevenson's rocket. 50% faster. We're going to try and wait for the John Bull, though. Fine, you can be a Stevenson's rocket, seeing as you just exploded. You start with the Threat Vic. But you don't start with this in any of the campaign levels. You only start with this in custom maps. So if you've only ever played the campaigns, you would not have seen it. This thing. The Threvithic. Ye oldie trains. This is the oldest one you normally start with in the missions. That and the John Bull. That looks like it's about the right ratio. So does this, in that wool isn't overflowing. This still looks slightly short. But I think once we upgrade these, all will be well. Still 6 grain here, and look, there's 6 grain, like, exiting it right this very moment. This thing is gushing money. The most profitable bakery in the universe. How are you empty, friend? Oh, because you're here to pick up goods to take to Nairobi. Fair enough. Okay, John Bull. Hello, everyone gets replaced by John Bulls. Absolutely everyone. Doubles the speed. Finally a train faster than a senior citizen. You're a bit poor. Fair enough. Stop. Take a loan. Continue the rejuvenation campaign. For the sake of being the same speed as everyone else, I'm going to rejuvenate you as well. Okay, that's everyone. And that pretty perfectly spent our loan. Next thing, we wanted the bridges to exist. Stone bridges. An innovative concept. The Romans hadn't thought of them. You're fine. In fact, grab another mail. And at this end, grab 2 mail. Good money, we can pay off our loan. The stock price is below the real value. I'm willing to buy it back. I don't really want to leverage myself more than about that much, though. I'll go up to 45. Pay off our loan. Check out if Fuel Man is available. He is not. These are now not going to be that much slower than the others that it's probably worth setting these as equal priority. They won't slow things down too much. Good golly, it's down to 5 grain. Who'd ever thought we'd see the day? Yeah, take 2 back. If there's 2 to take back, take 2 back. In fact, same with you. We could buy this now, Uganda. And get ready for fixing our river crossing problems. This is definitely becoming a significant choke point. There's one on it. There's one trying to go the opposite way. There's one trying to go the same way. There's another one trying to go the same way. There's a third one trying to go the same way. He was a champion in Cornish wrestling. I did not know. Good enough. Although in the future, please wait for 2. It looks like we could have one more of these. Mining engineer, wrestler, and steam inventor. He had many hats. I guess we have one more of these just doing cotton. If these are profitable, we will buy them. And if we've got spare goods, on the way back to Alexandria, grab a good. No reason not to. Now, the next thing we had thought about was cow to take food back to Cairo. How do I want to manage that? 2 stations? Okay, and then... something like that. If only we could cross that border. How expensive is Zaire? $2 million? I'd rather just build a medium station for the moment. Standing water, do. Now the question is... Yes, we bought... here. So in theory we can connect up to Kampala. What we'll probably end up doing is turning Cairo into Cairo Kinsha and Karakoram Kampala. Eventually. And fix this eyesore of a bridge. Doesn't really matter. I guess both ends we're gonna need it. So now I need something that takes food up to there. Or at least cow. Cities do want coffee, so we might as well add in the coffee and milk. Well, the milk's not so useful. I mean, we get to deliver the milk once to everywhere. And it doesn't exactly cost me to make this position across both. So, wait for 2 milk, deliver there, wait for 2 milk, deliver Cairo, wait for 2 milk, deliver Alexandria, wait for 2 milk, deliver Nairobi, and then we delete you. Hell, we probably actually make 2 of these. We'll do Karakoram, Nairobi with the first one. And the second one can do Cairo, Alexandria. And then after that, we'll find you some other job. And does everywhere want coffee? You want coffee? You want coffee? Cairo wants coffee. So... 1, 2, 3. That's your loop. Probably have 2 of them. Yeah, that looks good for the moment. Go. The rest of this is currently waiting for stone bridges to exist, please. Something is wrong with you. Please turn around. Grab those. Fine, 1 and 1 in the future. Especially if this person is also waiting for 2. Yes, we're finally depleting this. Price is still overinflated. Boo, hiss, robbery. And you're pretty much exactly in the middle. Head back the other way then. Well, no, because that means more bridges. Just continue where you were going. Hell, they're even earning money in addition to boosting all of these into super profitability. We're down to 3 grain. Double passenger for you. Oh, you aren't stopping where I thought you were stopping. You're stopping up here. Well, still double passenger. You only have almost 2 million instead of 2.5 million. And change. I need to wait for a little bit more money. Speed up. The Do-It Clinton starts to exist. We don't care. The John Bull is good enough. Milk, coffee, milk, coffee. I guess I will allow double tracking at least that much. But they don't run into each other when backing up towards here. Don't you need a way station on the coffee line? Nah, coffee here, and then here should be enough for sanding and water, and then it gets to here. Here, Cairo, here, Alexandria, here, Karakoram. All looks fine. We can afford to buy what we were looking for, which was Uganda? No, Zaire. And then we want to connect this thing. Kinshasa. And Kampala. And it's going to be Cairo to here. Alexandria can stay to Nairobi. Khartoum can be Kampala. Yes. So this one's going to earn less. But this one should earn really well. look at all that sugar we can yoink in here. Now this actually wants goods, and we have excess of them. So we're going to do something really weird and move goods from here to there. For a little bit. It's not very far, but it helps make sure these are profitable. By actually using the goods that they produce. But the second coffee and the second milk have departed. Apparently you need a customs house. Fair enough. You don't like foreign cows. And now this food was going to go up to Cairo. And spare Cairo goods can come back to Karakoram. That seems fair, and that way when I delete the one that was doing here, it's not so much of a problem. I'm probably going to want a second one of these. Just based on how much more quickly the cattle one... In fact, it looks like we want two of these. Can go then the... Like, this distance is a lot shorter than that distance and back. And especially now that we've added a second one of those. I will add a second one of those. Tell it to sit and wait for its cows. He's about to do his second milk, and then he can get reassigned to something else. Possibly this to here. I don't see a reason not to. This is gushing money. Yes, please. Yes, please. Kind of looks like we should double this, else the cows are going to be running into each other. The Cairo rocket, you say? This is still a horrible clog. There's nothing to be done until the stone bridges exist. One thing we could do is add in this. Everywhere does want produce. So here to there, here to here, here to these two. could also add in those to this fairly easily. And that one. One each. Beautiful. This is busy enough to deserve... Wait, what? You don't have everything? Well, you're getting everything now. Sanding water. I guess we made this one be the one with everything? Yeah. But now it needs this one to be the one with everything in terms of support so that these all get maintenance. And that means we should double the track to at least you, so that these two don't run over the top of each other. How's stock price? It's come down some, but not really enough. Still, we'll buy back 25,000 shares. Grab 2. Okay. The final milks are on their way. At least your final milk is on its way. And we're going to reassign that. Probably make it another coffee one. Doing the same thing. One to Karakoram, one to Cairo, one to Alexandria on loop. Should probably double at least that much. Good, your goods are suppressed, so you need a new job. We were thinking of adding in this coffee. So it's going to be coffee, Karakoram, coffee, Cairo, coffee, Alexandria. Done. Please, stone bridges. I need you so badly. This is getting really ugly there. Would it be better to have a hub instead of a long journey? Like, would it save on trains and trips? So the way I tend to bother using hubs is only if you have a significant difference in strength of trains and upkeep ones. So, like, I will use a hub thing, a warehouse, a stock, like a thing that agglomerates everything together. So, like, I could instead have this coffee hall here and this coffee hall and store here and pick up the coffee from here to deliver everywhere else. But I only tend to do that if I'm running the storage facility using ultra efficiency low cost trains with medium to low strength, for example the Vulcans, and then running big full size trains to haul all of those goods to the other side of somewhere with a big strong expensive train. So that the big strong expensive train is always carrying a full load and can always be being high-speed priority between major things, as opposed to going down little side things to collect extras. That's how I tend to use them. Otherwise, the warehousing, like, it doesn't feel that great, because if you are warehousing, it means you are stopping and starting more. And every stop and start is less speed and therefore less money. Like, in this situation, I could use it to, say I wanted to run a 4 coffee a year. I could have 2 little trains, deliver the coffee to here, and then that could collect from here and take 4 coffee to a specific place. And if I knew that it had a round time of about a year, and that would match up with these, sure, we could make that. As it stands, I might as well have them just collect it from the place that they are produced, because all our trains are essentially the same. These two are functionally the same. This one is slightly crappier because it's slightly older. Now, once we get newer trains, then it's perhaps an idea to use these older ones as the supply hub, like push supply into hub, and only buy new big fast train to do the express stuff. That can work. It's a lot of micro to rearrange everything when a new class comes out, but you can do that. So demote all your old express trains down to the new haulers, and the new fancy, even faster, even more expensive express train is the new express train. Looks like we're finally oversupplying this. We have multiple trains waiting. So you know what? We're going to look at grabbing one of these. And I think we will turn you into Cairo to Caratorum. Go. Definitely wait for 2 passengers. We kind of have the money to add in these now. I mean, that works. That's beautifully in a line. Push for as much space between them as possible. So you're ready to become Karkorum this. And then we want to connect down to here. Do I blow up that milk? Probably yes. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Perfect. Where can we use those logs? Nowhere? Oh yes, let's put the log processing in the middle of the desert, away from all the logs. Idiots. Everything. We are going to need some supply in between. Probably about here. Maybe a little bit further. I'm going to assume they can make that distance. Now, we additionally wanted to drag what? We wanted to drag these across to these ones, all three. So unfortunately, they both won't fit on one. And we wanted the sugars. How much is Angular? 2 million? I got a spare 2 million. Done. Ooh, 1, 2, 3. You're even better than Kinshana. That works really well. Grain and sugar to here, to there, to back. And that makes for a more solid connection than Cairo, because this is only 2.5 sets of houses. This is 3 sets of houses. Okay, and what about the paper? Cairo is big enough to actually want paper, but the ability to turn the logs into paper is a stupidly large distance away. I mean, how heavy is pulpwood? Pulpwood was not very heavy early, was it? Yeah, and paper? Paper is super high value. I think I wait, though, because at the moment this bridge would make it a very unpleasant prospect. So instead we just say 1, 2, 3, 4. And on the way back, bring 4 food. And then we wanted to to start turning you into here and this into these two. You can continue to wait. Speed up one. Yeah, 3 bridges is a bit blah at the moment. At the point of 2 mediums, why not just build 1 big? So 1 to each of these. Seems fine. And then no. That's okay. I'd prefer it to be even tighter. Yeah, like that. And then a second one of these, except that it goes here, Kampala, here, Karakoram. Done. This one's copy. This one's copy. And there's easy coffee to be had. Prussian exists. It's a modest improvement from the John Bull. Not worth replacing the whole fleet with. We're going to try and hold out for even more. Would it be worth building a new rail north to south to speed up the shipments, or is this something that needs faster trains? Currently what I'm waiting for is the bridges. I think a lot of stuff is going to become a lot less painful once the bridges exist. About there. Stone bridges are going to solve a multitude of our problems. Sand, water, roundhouse, why not? And so this guy now goes coffee here, coffee there. Yes, please. Coffee here, coffee there. There's not a lot of, like, technically what I could do is put the effort into building 2 single bridges and putting in waypoints and microing them to force them to go across the 2 single bridges. Does it need houses? Yes. So, coffee will be desired by a city at this stage in the game if it has 4 houses inside. Like, if your station has 4 houses inside its zone of control, it will count as a city and want coffee. If your station only had Damn it. Where's an example? Can I do it over here? If your station only has one house, you can see this doesn't want... It doesn't want passengers, it doesn't want food, it doesn't want goods. It doesn't count as a city. To pick up resources, you don't need houses. You just need the thing that produces the resource. So, like, this doesn't have any houses in its zone of control, but it will pick up this coffee and this coffee because both those buildings highlight yellow are inside this building's zone of control. Woo. So you are ready to swap over to this. Take a set of goods to begin with. You're the same. You are becoming this. And we really need this to resolve. Please, please, stone bridges. No, you are now going down to Clampala. In the future, you try to grab passengers if you can. And that means I need multiple new guys doing that. How much better is the Prussian than the old thing? Like 50% better. Well, 30% better. I was trying to wait out the next one after the Prussian. Yeah, we'll stick with the John Bulls. We'll upgrade the whole fleet at once. So... it looks like we can have a second food one. And then actually... that's probably already going to overwhelm this bridge. Well, we'll have one express here. And one from you. There. Make sure they're all set to wait for citizens to transport and go. The economy crashes, I'll live. Now, in some ways, the economy crashing is really good for us, because it means we can buy back our shares on the cheap. Shares are half as expensive as they normally would be. Push the price up to about 60. Wait for the price to collapse again. We're not quite at half the company, but we're approaching half the company. End of the year we probably will be. No. You are now this. And then go. Next time, please wait for that. 3 of you should be plenty on that loop. That means we need another Cairo to the other end. This demands grain at 9 at the moment. So we will... I was going to try and grab grain from Alexandria, but we're actually using it all. You take mail the other way. No, you take goods that way. Go. Lovely. This is still horrible. Can we feed Cairo more grain? No, it was the other way around. I wanted to grab Alexandria grain. In fact, there's now a third. Annoyingly, there's now one of these that if I had built 1 square further down, 2 squares further down, we would capture. That is very infuriating. Can you not move it? No, I'd have to delete it and build a new station. The ability to move, like by a tile, would be really, really lovely, but it's just not a thing. And we would have to reroute every single train that visits this. Like, give it the orders to go to the new station. Welcome back, CK Hawk. The answer is no. The best you can do is blow this up, build a new one, and rebuild everything inside of it, and reissue every single train that visits it. You have to rebuild its itinerary. So I am very tempted to wait until we have a train upgrade to do, as in upgrade class, and then I will just blanket kill all my old trains, move this up one, and rebuild all of the networks. Make sure this knows to wait. Cities grow? They do. They do grow. They care about how much stuff you provide them. So the more goods that you are providing a city, like we're pushing this city's grain desire down to 1, this coffee desire down to 2, this food desire down to 3. The more stuff you shove into the city, the faster it grows. No, I don't want the economy back on track. I wanted to buy more stock before it gets expensive. Now we own more than half. Good enough. Except that you should actually become Kinshana Cairo. And you're going to become Cairo Luanda. Let's go look at the milk trains. You have done your job. You may stop existing. Become Kinshana Cairo. And deliver the milk to Kinshana that's never had milk before. And what about the other one? Alexandria is actually still waiting. We need to do Alexandria, and then we need to do Luanda. Speed up. Typically, buildings won't go away unless you don't use them. So because I'm using these, they're likely to stay. If you don't use a building at all, after a long enough time making a loss, it can die, which can be frustrating if you were planning to connect to it later. Though it's not usually an issue in the shorter campaigns. Like the shorter campaign levels, that's rarely something that gets to be a hassle. It was a hassle 2 or 3 days ago. We had one building died just as I was about to connect to it. But otherwise, we haven't seen it in quite a while. You should be profitable. Please wait. Please wait. Kind of looks like this one should go to Luanda instead. Ah! Stone bridges! Praise be! Stone bridge! Stone bridge! You can have a stone bridge, and you can have a stone bridge. Actually, no, I need more money. I like the idea of doing that way and duplicating this so that these guys aren't interrupted by the food people and the express people maybe stay off of out of their way. And that also means we can have as many of these running back and forth as we want now. So if Cairo wants to supply another express... and another express... it is welcome to do so. I need to leave at least one of these running goods back and forth. Actually, we should probably leave both. Wait, no, that's the wrong way. Well... you know what? Do both. Two of you do both, and that'll be fine. One wool, 2 cotton. And now that the bridges are in, we can get the extra of this and the extra of this. So this... where is... the produce using one? Kampala and Khartoum. So we also want Cairo and Alexandria. That looks better. Done. We don't ever want this anymore. Goodbye. Now this is one thing. This is another for keeping that running at extra speed, and this is just food to here. Gets you to there. And that gets everyone down to these two. Alright. Close enough. Look at this still unchoking. Come on, Stonebridge. You've existed long enough now. No one should be stuck underneath you anymore. Looks like there's enough for one more from this side. And from the Cairo side. I'm surprised that we aren't using enough of this grain and sugar. I guess we need to drop down to grain. Sugar. And maybe one more. Sugar. Grain. Besides saying who priority, does the lights do anything else? Lights? These things is priority. This is who goes... If two of them run into each other, who gets priority to go? Stop. Lowest priority, medium priority, high priority. Other than that, you've also got speedometer. If memory serves, one with higher speedometer have priority over lower ones. Oh, these are whether they stop and wait. So green is proceed no matter how empty you are. Yellow is wait to be half full, rounded up. And red is wait until you have a full load of everything I've asked you to take before you leave. So... at the moment, this one says, waiting for cargo. Because it's waiting for the second wool. One wool is full, and the other wool is currently not full. When this sheep farm makes another wool, it will go onto this train, and then that train will depart. So it's not at all priority. It's very much wait for cargo, yes, no, or partially. That's a backup. This is all the ones that I think got stuck on the bridge, having come through and making their way back. There's one there. But I think that's the only one that's still stuck. That guy is. The bridge space is now completely dealt with. I guess one of you can be goods. That's hurting the others. And you can just wait for half from now on. Same with you. Well... that one can wait totally. The other one can wait for half. More stocks back, please. Now it's buying them at the real price, so we stop. This is definitely busy enough to deserve telegraph poles. So are you. So is Alexandria. So is Cairo. Although I'm going to resist doing Alexandria on the grounds that I want to move Alexandria 1 square down when a new brand of train, well, new class of train comes out. Okay, that's enough price inflating on the shares. Wait till the end of the year, maybe look at buying them again after the year ticks. Now this should be extracting enough of the sugar and grain as to make this happy. Yes. 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 Maybe? Maybe? And now that we have a fast way across this river... Actually, like, that's fine. Now that we have a fast way across this river, I don't mind setting up the paper to here to Cairo. There we go. That shouldn't overwhelm Cairo with paper too much. They love the revenue. It's going to the moon. Unfortunately, it means the share price is also going to the moon, so I can't buy it back. I guess we just accept that it's overpriced. I want to own 100% of the company. We own 6/8 at the moment. Sure thing, replace you, why not? Then what's next? Probably trying to connect down to Johannesburg. So that we upgrade our Cairo to these two lines to instead be Cairo to Johannesburg, which is like an extra 40% length. I'd need to redirect them somewhere. So let's say Luanda could go to Bangui. And Kinshasa can go to... That's a bit more difficult. Also, how do we want to get down there? Do we just want to go straight down the middle? And across a little, and then down. To finally get the logs. We could add in the logs. We're selling the pulpwood at least now. It doesn't look like we need 2 of those anymore. Instead, go become that one. How much is access across to Bangui? Essentially nothing, because we already have access. Give you everything. So that one's reasonable. But I don't know who you go to. Let's buy the access, so... I need Zimbabwe and Botswana. Okay. And let's work out how we're going to get to here. Holy. And that actually looks pretty good. Right, it's not over any significant hills. Done. We get our $500,000 bonus. How does our company value actually look? 42. Out of a required... Was it 1,000 million or 100 million? Out of the required 1,000 million. So it might be an idea to do that. And how we rearrange this. Can do that. And then these two could connect to these two. Would making 2 stations, one on each side of the river, still share the city? Which city, sorry? As long as the yellow covers the things you want, it counts. So like here and here would both get Alexandria and Cairo. Would making 2 stations on still share the city? If you do something like this, where 2 things share the buildings, then it's whoever picks up the goods from the respective station first. So like if I did this, where they both share these 2, it's not like it produces double the grain. It's just whichever one picks up the grain first. 1, 2, 3. This has gone up to enough people here now, though. 3, 3.5, 2.5. Yeah, no. They don't, like, merge. No. So, like, this one that only touches these 2 plus this doesn't like... They don't share zone of control just because the zone of controls overlap. Each one has its own independent zone of control. My current instinct... is to make these two and this one connect to this and these two. Replace Cairo, this two with Cairo, Johannesburg. This should definitely then be the maintenance location. And now here. Yeah, I like that. We'll probably need one just here. So that gets to here, gets to there. That one gets to here. That one gets to here. And then we're across side to side. And we just have to redistribute everything. So. And connect these across to here. And Harare. Okay. Are the trains running on time? Mostly. We need a bit more money. I am willing to borrow a bit to set this up. Well, for the moment, go to here. What is the school thing? This thing is a paper factory. So there's paper, and there's also the two iron tool and die factories. Cheers, Pizza Not. I hope you had a lovely time with your train game. Good man playing train games. Best man. Now we want this to connect over to here. Here. Done. We probably need one... Well, that supply thing... Yeah, I put one supply thing like here, and then that gets end to end. You made Brazil happen! Relics and Belcat are proud. And now we need to rearrange all of these. So it was you to Harare. Ooh, and we know about dining cars now. Time has advanced enough that we're allowed to know about dining cars. One at each end. And now... What else do I need? I need to change all of these. The Nairobi one is the same. Cairo Kinshasa is now Cairo Johannesburg. You're the same. You're the same. You are not the same. You go to Johannesburg. In fact, something like that. Yeah, the Nairobi end needs a couple of guys that just go run back. That's fine. Thank you, Salah. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. The goods ones are all okay. You. No longer do you go to Luanda. You now go to Johannesburg. Like that. That end can be empty, please. Something like that. That end can be... yeah, 50%. You no longer go to Kinshasa. You now go to Johannesburg. That's fine. Change that one. Change that one. Change that one. That's fine. No, I want you to be empty that way, or at most taking goods. Goods. You beat your first scenario in Railway Empire. It took you 6 or 7 restarts. Not being great at something is the first step to becoming not entirely sucky at it. You only get better by doing it. This is still fine. That one is still fine. Make you empty on the way back. 50%, make you empty on the way... well... no, you can stay half full on the way back. You're fine. I don't think you should exist anymore. You should be Cairo, Johannesburg. So should you. That one's fine. That one's fine, although you could use some more dining. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You are not. Cairo, Johannesburg. Oops. No, that's fine. So Alexandria has had its milk dealt with. You now do this, and then you're going to Lunda. Check. Then you do this again. And you'll then take milk to Harare. You'll do this again. And you will take milk to Bangui. You'll do this again. And you will take milk to Maputo. You'll do this again. And you will take milk to Johannesburg. And lastly, you will do this again and take it to Cape. And then no one in the universe will want milk anymore. Does Jojo need milk? I don't think we have Jojo Bar. We have... Oh, Johannesburg. Yes, Johannesburg does need milk. It's on the to-do list. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Factorum. So you take the cow to here. You bring it back as goods. We're oversupplying goods here, so we're going to cut that back. We're going to cut that back. That's fine. 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 Milk is indeed a one-time cargo. This one needs to die, so you are now not headed to Luando. You are headed to Johannesburg. You are heading to Kinshasa. No, you aren't. You are headed to Johannesburg. You are headed to Cairo, and then, you guessed it, Johannesburg. You think you're headed to Cairo, and then Johannesburg. You think you're headed to Cairo, and in fact, you're inches away from... No, you're already at Cairo. Well, you can become goods, and guess where you're going? Johannesburg. You are almost at Luanda. Tough luck, you're going to Johannesburg. You're almost at Kinshasa. Tough luck, you're going to Johannesburg. And that's all fine. Change you. change. You're headed to here. No, you're not. Johannesburg. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Johannesburg is actually big enough to demand paper as well. Two, three, four, 50%. 50%. That's fine. That's fine. %, 50%. Okay, now we're back at the start of the list. Then we need to make Kinshasa to Maputo and Cape Town to Luanda. Maputo to Kinshasa. One on both ends, so we just did Maputo. We now do the Kinshasa end. Have you ever seen one player claimed he had? You can see milk demand recover if there is a milk processing thing. A dairy processor. But not from housing. 50%, 50%. You're on the Lunda side. You're on the Cape Town side. Done. Any EU4 anytime soon? We'll probably play some more when the next DLC comes out, Jerex. There'll be new achievements to speedrun, but otherwise, no. Well, that and/or if I get roped into doing another round of Masters of Universalis, then yes, there as well. But otherwise, pretty much no. Speed up. Now we wanted to create 2 of these taking paper to Johannesburg. Done. And then we also want this area to have food and goods. So the lag got a lot better once I realized how to set up the remote system better. They have some settings on their remote server stuff that I can pick settings on to make things run smoother and better. I just have to know to do that. Why can't we do this? That doesn't count as clear ground. Fair enough. Sanding water roundhouse. I guess there. Close enough. This gives us the ability to make goods, but we need to pick up the iron. Do you go to reset all the trains when we move Alex? We haven't moved Alex. I have been lazy. I have not moved Alex. I need to buy Nambia. Done. This isn't so far away from here that I think they will need sanding. They might only need water. So you take goods to, or more accurately take iron to here. We've got one here. Should I bother to do it? Probably yes. Am I going to be bothered to do it? Almost certainly no. I don't know that I can be bothered. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's 2 sets of iron to here. There's 2 coal makers. Now, Johannesburg wants coal, and so does Cairo. So we can have you to there. 2 at a time. And the other one... probably 4 of them. I would be surprised if that's even enough to, like, get back in time. We've got that one that we could drag over also. And this one. Oh, but I'm too poor. So, time to wait. Once this starts having some goods... then I need to loop there. How long until steelworks? You can't wait for it to be in Morocco. Done. Sure, we'll replace you. Start on the Johannesburg side, because that's full. In fact, how far away is the... the next express is far enough away that we could have another. Doesn't this have a maximum number of trains? It's probably like 256 or something. I don't ever remember hitting the maximum number of trains. Yeah, be patient. Wait, wait. Yeah, I think we can have a second one of you. Push that to there. And then put 2 on there. How much does Mozambique cost? Also, stock is cheap at the moment. $1 million? $1.5 million? Sure, we can wait a little bit. Oh, I need to put a maintenance thing about here. Possibly 2 of them. Sure thing. 1 there. One there. Good enough. Pay off that last loan. Getting a little bit clogged here. I'm sure it's just the first of the new chunky trains across to Johannesburg. Hail, Caledon. G'day, g'day. Speed up one. This one's nearly here. You're nearly there. That one's nearly there. Can we search for Fuel Man? Fuel Man! Wait. Wrong Fuel Man. So let's compare. 10% more passengers versus 25% more fuel. $10% more passengers would be about 300, and a quarter of our fuel would be about 200. So the passengers win at the moment. It's wrong Fuel Man. It's not good Fuel Man, it's slightly crappier Fuel Man. He's Fuel Man that is both steam trains and electric trains, whereas I want steam train specialist Fuel Man. We buy that access. Thank you. So now I can connect that into our generating goods network. Speaking of, we should start delivering those goods. So goods here, goods there, goods there, goods. Hurrah! That is your life. And that also means that I should connect like that. But when you want to deliver the goods to there, lovely. This one probably does want water. And then we need a John Bull to take that to there. 3 at a time, please. Double track this bit. So they don't run into each other. And then how do I deal with food here? There's some sugar. Also, these could happily give all of this coffee. I don't see why not. It's a pity we can't quite squeeze all 3 into one station. Close enough. Turn or bigger station? I really don't want the turn. I'd rather just pay for the bigger station. At which point, why not make it a big station? Because we're too poor. Fine. Wait a little bit. Done. Sanding water, roundhouse check. So that sugar can come to this bakery. Once we have a little bit more money. And we finally have a new and stronger train. And only 100 trains to change over to the new model. $6 million worth of new trains need to be purchased. You might as well turn around as you got robbed. I can't replace you at the moment, but I need to see who you are. Nairobi, Alexander. I can afford to lose one of them. We had way too many. Well, way too many. We had modestly too many of them. Most of the way there. So are you. I want those dings to come in, and then I'm going to upgrade this one first. Share price is crumbling. Woo. While we briefly have money, upgrade you. Replace American. Literally 2.5 times stronger for like tiny fractional increase in cost. I think we're too poor. Have another look if new fuel man is available. Alas, no. This is about to ding. You might as well take a full set of mail, sorry. Finish loading so that I can set you back to your other... Thank you. And then we continue the great upgrading. Can't upgrade you while you're in a breakdown, fair enough. No, I'm not bothering to move Alexandria. I'm hoping I can get away without it. I can't believe that that milk train has taken so long to give everyone milk that in 20 years, it still hasn't done its job. Second station. It's a lot of work for 2 extra grain, and I don't need the 2 extra grain that much. Oh. Feels kind of bad replacing these ones that we only bought a couple of years ago, but if we don't upgrade the whole fleet at once, then the old ones slow down the new ones. No, wrong one. And we're done. And with 43k to spare. Cairo's probably going to be a lot happier now that we've upgraded our train strength 3 times. Well, 2.5 to 3 times of what it used to be. This one goes ding. And it gets told to wait for at least half of its fill. And we'll build this. And look at using this. So your job is 3 of these to here to there. 3 of these to here to there. 3 of these to here to there, and 3 of these to here to there. Pick up, transform, deliver. Pick up, transform, deliver. Pick up, transform, deliver. Pick up, transform, deliver. Good. And then coffee. Pick up, deliver. Actually, other way around. Pick up, deliver, pick up, deliver, pick up, deliver, pick up, deliver. That'll do. If we really wanted, we could have a second one like that, except starting here. And you are near enough this that I don't think you're going to run out of water between there and there. So you do the same thing, except the other way around. The other way around? No, do it in the same order, but we'll offset you. So you can start here and do Johannesburg first. So this is now all getting a little bit of food. all getting a good amount of coffee. They still aren't getting this produce, so let's fix that. Yeah, that's about right. Produce to there, produce to there, produce to here, produce to there. Good. And that's pretty much everything except lumber. These don't currently have goods delivered. You and you and you. So... two of them. And then... one delivering to you. Wrong one. I'm an idiot. One delivering to you. And one delivering to you. This is going to be busy enough to deserve telegraph poles. And it will need even more iron. You should be able to get from there to there and back without running out of anything. You, here, 1, 2, 3. Do we add in even more? I mean, I'm sure this one wasn't getting produce or copy yet. Actually, just do 2 of each. There. That's those 2 now definitely taken care of. But what about you? Well, here's a produce for you. And what about a coffee for you? I'm going to say I don't think we're using all of that coffee. And let's double the tracks to it. Okay. We need 2 more of you. Okay. Revenue is absolutely super duper up. all passenger and cargo revenue by 5% versus passengers by 10. Freight is about the same as passengers, so it doesn't really matter. But what the other guy does is make them load and unload quicker, whereas this guy stops them exploding. I think I'd rather they not explode than load and unload quicker. Let's just be lazy and buy all the other access, and maybe all the other shares. Europe says we cannot buy you. Asia says no. Otherwise, we're pretty done. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 little holdouts. Speed up. Boo hiss. Turn straight around. You've been robbed. This is getting very busy. Now, these should be absolutely gushing money. No! How are you losing money? The Harare Cannonball, just a sec. 71. Yeah, good work. Okay, let's go look at those last access rights. You. 2 more. Oh, you're waiting for that. That makes sense. Last. Once. And we're done. Africa gives us universal access. Now we just need to get $1 billion. Yes. There we go, we own all the shares. You can have a replacement. 100 million? I thought it was only a... Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billion. Thousand million. I didn't go to evil train school to settle for $1 billion. Yes, but personal wealth will essentially be the same as book value. There's going to be very little difference between the two. It's only going to be modified by stock market and the little bit of debt I have from buying everything up. There we go, we've suppressed its desire for coal. Good enough. Economy cooling isn't great news. Where is the guy that eats those Yeah, you. You need to change your ratio. More like that. And hell, we'll have 2 of you. So we use 100% of these goods up. How is the milk one going? It appears to be heading back to... No, there it is. Heading to Harare. It's completed 1 more leg of its milk journey. It looks like maybe now that these are Americans, we don't need 3 here, but 2 is enough. And yet maybe not. I'm still in the positive, but I'm a bit worried that it's going to drop even more. So you know what? We are going to funnel some company money into my own pocket. $18 million. Just watch my personal cash reserves. Minus 21 million, minus 16. Minus 12. Minus 8. Minus 3. Come on. I want to turn off the... There we go. I can turn off the dividends. Back to 0. Now I can't get into a negative position where I'm forced to sell everything. We're at 100 million. And how much are we bringing in a year? 10? And I have 100 years left. 100 times 10 is 1,000. So we've won. I've already won. It's just let time roll out from here. I'm happy to declare that a win then. Let's just check that our profits stay approximately stable. 15. First iron mine, steel mill, sorry. Still 10. And that was $10 million while the economy was bad, so we're getting less pay than normal. $11, yeah, we're safe, we're definitely earning 10 million a year, and I've got 100 years left, so boom, victory. This one is nice and challenging at the start, but 150 years is a bit too long. Especially starting with the ultra slow, very original train. Like, you have to spam out like 30 of them to cover the distance between here and here. Because they are so slow. And by 30, I mean like 8 or 10-ish, to be more reasonable. This was a very, like, it looks very Africa-y. I don't know how accurate it is in terms of hilliness. It certainly marks out, where was it? Kilimanjaro and Kenya. So it's probably fairly reasonable. The Congo is foresty. There's desert here. My understanding was that more of this was desert, but maybe I'm wrong. If there was reason to go more west. These are too expensive early. Getting access to the Libyan and French bits are very expensive. So going to the bits that are native African is more reasonable. Like, this is a good population center. So is this. They're both 5s. 5's better than a lot of the stuff we've been connecting to. We've been connecting to a lot of 4s. Yep, here's a 4. Here's a 4, and yet we're running double end-to-end expresses between a whole bunch of 4s. So the 5s would be better. I liked this. Well done, Mapmaker. But I will not be playing out the last 100 years just speed 5ing to the end. We have seen that we could win from here. It's not really an issue. Cheers all, thank you for watching. I hope you had a lovely day. I have had a nice day playing trains, although earlier in the day I had that funeral for a friend's dad, which was very sad. He was a very nice man. Always made me feel extremely welcome at that friend's house. Rest in peace, Mr. Erklands. You will be missed. Fuck cancer. Oof. Who's up and about that I can send you on to? Yeah, I see Flow up. Oh yes, Brenda's taken it actually really quite well, which is good. They knew that it was coming a lot longer than I did when Mum got her cancer and 2 weeks later, dead. Anyway, cheers again. Thank you for watching. If it's your first time watching, considering that follow button, it will let you know when I'm live again. Otherwise, I'm going to have a very late, because it's 1 hour till midnight, dinner. Enjoy the entertainment stylings of Florius, the Austrian, who's changed his name, but he's still Flo.
Many people listen. I think that